Thank you. all primed and ready to go. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to adjust one more thing. Hang on one sec. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, here it is. Alright. I think this works now, right? Alright. Alright, let's continue. That's right, we're being charged of murder. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's a bit... It feels a bit more slower. I think that works. Sorry. Okay. I guess that's what that does. I just need to keep my calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things! You want me to show you where crewfish hibernates? Oh, man. Narhando, Mr. Narhando, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me? Right? And I was just starting to think she was my friend. Isn't there anyone who can help me out in this mess? I guess I gotta talk. You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Palova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the cabin at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you the way to ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and, well... Enough! You are guilty. Ship's cell is only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Miss Palova, can I... Get out. Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your... Get out now. We just needed to investigate in here. Oh. It's no use. She's not going to listen. You need to find someone who will. Well... What the... What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that, as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? Ow. to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend the concentrated looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. Ah, I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You've solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway. He has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Da, locked room. That is point. The room was locked? Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. But it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear... Sorry. I can hear faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that is that particular conundrum. Is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? There is a distant element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! What the? Oh, it is a snake. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think this that this is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the races of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pelova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. I mean, it is a good deduction. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise a little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Responding Spectacular. The game is afoot. Miss Pelova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your extricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that preposterous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writing servant we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's marking do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary, even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you are talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to be the young gentlewoman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Ah. Oh, wait. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, impeccable puncture wounds left by the venom's fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glances betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your servant assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your servant friend. To train? Indeed, you put what? Oh. Indeed, you put the servant through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of a life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom should course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing. Your deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what is on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all... Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter, no doubt Miss Palova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But, madame, what of the tales from Arabia? Oh, he's talking about snake charmers. Have you not heard of the flute that dance to the sound of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears! These creatures are so invet as to be particularly useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mrs. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the one. Sorry. Flat bell cord like the one in these cabins. And it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it could have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have part in this. Dang, he's dead. I think we need to step in again and help Mr. Norhondo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and return them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Narhondo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down your wrists again. What? You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. One moment, everyone. I'll just go on mute for a couple moments. Okay, I'm back. Miss Belova, moments ago you claimed the following. Alright, this should all be the same. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly. Is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Oh, interesting. Yes, when you recall those hurt events. Okay. Oh, Narahanda. Oh, Narahanda-san, look. That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. It's way too fast.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horde events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your exturable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin that preposterous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend which you boarded vessel, was it not? Okay. Without a doubt, your friend is the withering serpent. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers. Doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhondo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Holograph frame. Oh. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Have to go back. Why isn't my... I'm pressing Y, it's not working. What the... Not even my keypad. Not even my keypad's working. What? Okay, this is weird. It's okay. It seems to be the fact whenever I like go on the cat, it doesn't let me use any of my my buttons for some reason. And like right here, my buttons work, but like when it's like on this cat, nothing works.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Yeah. Daka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Daka would appear to be your Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in quandary. The victim's written... Okay. The specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can it give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victims last night? Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She just left it in her pocket. No one would ever have happened to... No one would ever have known. And yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shum's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. Well, maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that... I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Is that a paintbrush? Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a hand. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Yes! The thing you're trying but failing to conceal, it's, a cat's toy. Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that was dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her fur-lined friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to indicate the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of a cat by the name of Darka. Truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova? A photograph of Miss Pavlova and her friend, a kitten named Darka. The tiara she would wear on stage can also be seen. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared for the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Alright, on to topic 2. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. Terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. The, what is it called? Not the diary. Yeah, the post-mortem report. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed. The breaking of the cervical vertebra is fatal. Only that Goylif could be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stronglove isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. And yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably, Daka didn't silently... silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh, yes! A bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain that happened? An examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. It would have to be that, right? Yeah, it has to be the mark on the floor. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is deposit of the shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. That was a smooth transition right there. And the color of the polish is perfect. Is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at the mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at the point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against by some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebra shattered, and at that instant he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. Alright, the pieces are starting to fit now. But now your involuntary glances betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that that's what happened. But if this part of Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in this direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Alright, check inside the case. This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right, and it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was a little kitten she calls Daka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect it to wrap itself around someone's head, somewhere trying to make a new friend. Either that, or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it got to? Oh, I didn't notice, but there's a bit... There's a bit of smudge on the suitcase. I just... Yes! Okay, no. Tiara. Traveling case. Somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Narhanda-san. It's being placed. Starting to sound like Mr. Shelms. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. Oh, whoops. The bin? Okay. Okay, there we go. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pilova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It looks familiar. Perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Okay, so do I? Yes. Alright, yeah, the bin itself. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has a familiar air. In fact, precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. As you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Yeah. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. In that hush Russian accent of yours. Oh wait. I don't know, in that hush Russian accent of yours. Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Narhondo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell would be in the picture. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from darkest color, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inconspicuous fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble your absent feline friend, Darka. couldn't... I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. Gotta be joking. Elementary. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Palova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after one in the morning. I was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Taka, so I gave off some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. When I read that the rules on the wall, I knew that I was not allowed Taka with me. Modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it would. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again. Yes, by dangling the end of the toy for the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Daka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova's trying to receive a pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard the cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you had heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch the roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kin got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that the young man in the cabin next door to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Piroshka. What? What? That snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into the cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without a close friend, without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dearly burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in? No venom. No venom. Me when I watched the end of the Venom movie, I don't know. Piroshka does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. It's venomless. Yes. Now he is hungry, so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see a big smile. Wait a minute. Didn't in the intro they talked about like a deadly poison from a snake at the beginning of the intro of this episode. Like, is this the same snake? I remember because I just said, like, that's just a snake. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say, they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Piroshka eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Dang. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so intimate land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshka is nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Miss Pavlova, I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotaba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. No, she's saying that is she saying that she killed her? I'm no detective like Mr. Shums. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. I mean, I can feel it too, yeah. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhondo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I'm only here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhondo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Great. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Shums? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhondo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe that truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhondo. So then, shall we begin? Yes! What we should ponder first. is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait! Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Palova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let's show our hand, Mr. Norohondo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Well, for one thing, there seemed to be a struggle. He wrote wardrobe. It's not this. Not the diary. It would have to be the crime scene photograph. Yes! The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. Yeah, and you wouldn't know Russian. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. The reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to vital vertebral resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means after the victim fell onto the floor, he couldn't have possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found Mr. Asogi in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Palova told us was true. What? So Susato-san has noticed it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves that this was no accident. In other words, Hmm. Something that proves that this wasn't an accident. Would it be the paper seal? Because It had to be the paper seal. Because it points to Narhondo, and like as if he was trying to convict us of murder. But he couldn't have written that message because he was already dead, so it seemed like someone was trying to frame Narhondo. Right? Okay. I think that you are starting to see nothing of the sorts. And that was the evidence to prove it. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of the accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. It was in his cabin. The diary. I can hear a faint whistling sound. It looks to be some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator gate. This wasn't in the cabin. This is in his cabin. Okay, so then it's between the mark on the floor and the diary.
Yes.
Well. I ain't safe, scummin'. Okay. Is it really the photograph scene again?
Yes.
Okay. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell that the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna take a quick break because I'm kind of hungry. Alright, let's not lose our heads now. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we have satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Sogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yeah. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Sogi's... You're wasting time?
Someone else was there. Da, of course, we know this.
What are you talking about?
Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way out, or in or out.
Oh, yes.
And only other person in the cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in the Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asoki really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. Ah. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Strongnov?
Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they
They noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angels of being criminal. And so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Nyat! It's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Yeah, right.
Fred, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are waterway doors, as one would expect to find on modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap inside. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhondo suggested it earlier, so... Sada-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Strongoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door. Without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhondo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhondo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhondo? Point to the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door in the press. Okay. It would be the ship's alarm that caused it, right?
Yes.
This is it! It shows how it was done. Oh, man. Wait, no. Like, I know I was done, but, like, I don't know what specific thing I'm supposed to click on. The bookshelf?
Yes.
Look at the okay, yeah, there we go. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of interitia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in a book, at least. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that paused over the books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We'd come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Okay. Oh, yes! That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew... Wait, whoops. Yes, it made... The bolt flew across and locked the door. Okay. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed, or the force of an epita, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed? Peak Cinema. The SS Burya made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh, yes, I remember that. And I stood them up. I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing. All the books have Wait. Same thing in here. Okay. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Palova?
Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop?
It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you to only press the button in times of emergencies. On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence, the placement of the number buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
Wait, it was you?
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As intended, it did a little earlier today. Okay. So he was testing it out? Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... I think he's referring to the second one that happened. Or, wait. As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself.
How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots. Borea is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make an emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere.
That's what you say, but... not unless everyone was drugged. What are your thoughts, Mr. Norhondo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Norhondo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? It would be the book, right? The ship's log. At least I think it's the ship's log. Because it is odd that there is...
Yes!
Let's just try it. Seaman Strongoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right?
That is correct. Why?
In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine.
You rather carelessly left it atop of the little makeshift burrow in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log.
That is... because nothing happened.
But nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you?
Go.
Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here aboard the SS Buria.
Something significantly significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why?
Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. This ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Sleeping gas. Maybe that's what they use. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing?
Sorry? What do you mean?
Your head, man.
The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Oh, yes. I have a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been affiliated, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
He's right. My head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then, the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I thought it had been dragged out of the wardrobe. Dragged out of the wardrobe. And those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me?
Tell me, Mr. Norhondo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, well, yes. Sorry.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it?
Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all?
That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh, Mr. Shums, do you mean to say...
Oh, the food was drugged, okay.
That there's something wrong with the chicken?
I do.
No! Really? Is that really true?
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of sporfic design to include a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug.
Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one could notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhondo, of course that's not what Mr. Shums means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a sporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over to the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. The crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballot, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I noticed chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
Da. We could not make all drug. How do you say dissolve?
Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat.
While all passengers of the SS Booyah slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night would be the crew. Were the crew people who dislike chicken and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. And there. Sorry. And there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us all, the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal, of chicken in their cabins. What? After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. Okay, so then they just unlocked it. The overwhelming majority of passengers would have habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in the attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only that we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Norhondo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt of the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Alright, nice. So this is the final final climax, I'm guessing. So, Mr. Norhondo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Narhanda, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death? What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, let's see what I can do. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Let's suggest that someone else was there at the scene of the crime. Oh. The ink. The ink from... Okay. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of... some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink from, ink if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear. It's clear where this came from.
Yes!
Seaman Strongnoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Eh? Oh yes, I am. I don't know where the dirt comes from.
So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain.
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Strongnoff's uniform. And I think what made it clear, it's clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Narhondo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. All right then. The evidence that proves what stain on the back of Seaman Strongnoff's uniform really is. Be this.
Yes!
Yes, it's this photograph and ink, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform.
Ink?
A rather unusual color, ink purple. Ah, the penny drops. At last, now you see the significance. The Russian word for the floor on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt.
Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like wardrobe man did it. Then I pressed button to make Borea do emergency stop and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do the talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you.
The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor.
Yes, that is right.
So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Palova then visited the cabin next to hers. only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No injured? The door was not locked. She opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There is just one thing. If you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Sogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and locked...
I'm looking insane. I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something verily nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. This photograph. Yes, I took it this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. In the unfortunate incident, the participant these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. Excuse me. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural.
What do you mean unnatural?
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Norhondo? Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck, broke his neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? He fell and broke his neck. His head?
Yes.
Okay. My assumption was wrong. Okay, then... I don't know, his hand?
Yes.
Hang on, I want to make sense of it at least. Hmm. Okay. Back. I'll only play like a couple more. I'll play for a bit. I gotta, since I had to go collect something. And I'll just like wrap up stream.
Yes!
If it's his hand, it's... No, yeah, wait, no, I already did this, didn't I? Gonna rewind.
Yes!
Okay, so there's the message. Okay, the word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma. So if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly particular, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. I mean to identify another point. Oh, I see. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appears to have done here, it would be most unnatural. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion. Thank you for your gentle guidance. Okay. Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck, and broke his neck. Which part of the photograph print seems unnatural? His upper hand? I think it would be this hand, because why is his fist clenched?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instincts is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he was gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madame. Would I keep you in suspense? Oh, that looks familiar. This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us everything, to be honest.
It tells us nothing.
I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Narhondo. This is the key. What? The truth is now tangerine close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe the answer with your own eyes. Well, obviously it's her earpiece. But which ear do I point it at is the thing. She has such a petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. I expect that's what they called an earring. It's a piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It's really tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is the clap part that attaches to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. She has such petite ears among the beautiful hair, like little pink shells. What's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look! It's a crescent moon. There can be no doubt now, surely. Okay, but which ear, though? The left or the right ear? Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it must be broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Narhondo? Yes. Miss Pavlova. What the? A bird tried... A bird just flew through my window. Well, not into... it didn't flew inside the window. It's like... The window's closed, so... It just like banged onto the window. It's still there. Okay. Alright, now it's flown away. Mr. Sogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Sogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Sogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Injured. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto the huge ship, and then when I was at the last in this cabin, and I could relax after this horrible day. Daka, wait! I couldn't believe it. She disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her name with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Daka would not come back. What are you doing at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Tarka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just one moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. Let's see. So you're a runaway. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Daka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And the thing is that he wasn't even going to pull the cord. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Strongmouth, who's on duty out in the passageway.
I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go. So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door.
Yes. I went to the cabin. I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show. Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway. In wardrobe, still sleeping.
Right. That's when he found me. So, you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign.
Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent.
I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to right floor. I wrote, so that person who found them would look inside the wardrobe and find Stowaway.
And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
It was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job.
By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway.
Yes.
Accordingly, the SS Booyah did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m. Okay. Thus entrusting the bolt of the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes, but even if he had pulled the bell and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? Not to mention, wouldn't the captain be asleep? That was what he said at first. That made me scared. What he said first? He said an inspector was his friend.
Yes, meaning me.
Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bear cord, I... May I stop a moment? May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? Yeah. What do you think, Mr. Naruhondo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give you your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhondo, the day's work is not yet done. It seems there's one more deduction to make. But again, wouldn't the inspector be asleep as well? What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhondo? Yes! If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Ooh. Well, none other than the wardrobe. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had... Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. What will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry, really. I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident of the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Oh. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? When the Russians tried to recuperate her, apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that. So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see.
I'm sorry.
Seaman Strongnov?
I wanted to help our angel no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Da.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me. I'm going to have to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Huh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Narahanda-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know? Ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for the visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he is. I thought I can never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. It was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhondo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. Wish there was something I could say. Inspector? My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free now again. At least... Huh? Surprised, Mr. Naruhondo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that, in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. So I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartening. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of these aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking to the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. Oh. Terms of study tours were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhondo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Norohondo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Norohondo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone inspector every single day. Will you let me try? And if by time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take away whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can tell that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespettered inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence. That we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I think I need to discuss what to do next, and how the best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Norohondo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to do, what I need to know, everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Norohondo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Kurama. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. Aww. So then, Miss Sasato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhondo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please, throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. And the cabin door... No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And just not once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take a hold of me and throw me. Never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhondo. It isn't a skill when acquired without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently it's called Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. I'll be gulling. I am a perpetrator of the combative arts myself. I am somewhat an accomplished boxer. Here he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your asserting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. And let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhondo? Sorry. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, indeed, and that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Kurauma guides me. I truly believe that. So, its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject. Hey, Ryan. How's it going? Alright. There's something very important that I have to do in the Great Britain. I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm just about to end stream in a moment, Ryan. So, that important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. No. Alright. Alright, with that out of the way, we'll leave it at there. And, I'll end stream. Thank you for watching. Bye.